And welcome to another Train Guy stream, and looking at the Long Island Railroad this afternoon. Of course, we've got the brand new M3 to go along with the old M7, so we'll have a look at all three of the, I call them all three, the branches, all the various routes on offer on the Long Island. So we'll just set the weather to look approximately like something I can see out the window. Don't know what the weather's actually like in New York. And we'll start with the M3. So the first one we'll do is we'll do a fast run in from Hicksville into New York, or Ronkonkoma into New York, but I think you actually start from Hicksville, and that'll run us east to west full length. Then we'll take a run back out to Hempstead. From Hempstead we'll then take a train to Atlantic Terminal, and depending on how long it's been, how I'm feeling, that may be where it ends, or we may do a little bit more after that. We'll see. So off the top of my head, I can't remember. You see, I've done a few of these while I've been playing about with it. Don't honestly remember which are the expresses, which are not. Doesn't really matter. So we'll start with 0835 westbound to New York. There is a timetable which exists somewhere that shows you which of these are expresses and all stoppers. I do have it somewhere, can't remember what I've done with it, but like I said, not really that important. Okay, so quick cab setup first of all. Master key on, reverse it to forward, and let's get the doors unlocked. Best to do it with the D-pad. You can do them manually, but my lord, it's all fiddly as all hell. Let's get the brakes charged, just watching the gauge there. Headlights on. Brakes are good. Up there is fine. ATC breaker and the signalling system breaker up there. So that's your alerter and ATC. Not much hanging about here either, generally. Quick stops. So I have ATC turned on, and I will be driving it as if access was also enabled as well, which talk about a little bit as we go along. Access is, for those who don't know, access is the other half of the safety systems that runs alongside ATC, which unfortunately is not modelled, but it's really easy to simulate having it. Essentially, access just tells you the line speed when it's lower than the ATC speed. So, off we go. So, cleared up to 40 by ATC. So this isn't a non-stop service. I can tell straight away because we've got a stop at Westbury coming up. So at this point, because the line speed is 40, ATC would be, access would have been showing us a 40 there. But this box does only show you the ATC limit in game. So up to full whack. Quite a quiet cab this. I mean, we're a long way forward of the electric motor, so I wouldn't expect to hear those, but you don't actually hear that much coming from the bogie that's only about 6 feet behind us either, it has to be said. Don't hear much track noise. There's the M3. It's quite an odd looking thing, I thought at first. But kind of grows on you. Love the slightly more old-fashioned feel to the whole thing as well, I have to admit. And there's the alerter coming on. Coming up to the last half mile. Can be surprisingly aggressive with these things. Right, there we go. And we've got maybe just a little bit of time to have a quick look. So it's so 1980s. So yeah, it's very tasteful decor there. So it's quite a detailed cab, and a lot of these switches, although they do work, you don't really need to actually use them for anything, and in fact pressing some of them will do bad things, as I've discovered. But there's very few that you actually need to use in the day-to-day operations. It's quite a relatively straightforward machine to drive. Oh, better get my doors shut, eh? No handy little screen to remind you how many cars you're pulling either. Oh, I might have picked an all-stop service. Oh well. Still getting the hang of the braking with these things, so I find the more stops I've got to make, the harder I'm finding it to make the timetable, but never mind. Comes with time, I'm sure. Have not played this route for such a long time as well. A little bit harder on the brakes. What's that next signal at? Is that next signal okay? Yeah, that next signal's fine. Oh, camera, camera, camera. And you can see there one tiny little detail that annoys me, just teeny little bit, is that the markers are not on when you spawn into the thing, unlike the M7. But that is a tiny little detail. It's not really game breaking, especially if you're like me and you spend the majority of your time in the cab view. So I do have this thing up in the corner here to the next signal, just for reference, as I always do, as a substitute for my lack of complete knowledge of the line. But you'll notice that a lot of these are actually, they're invisible. You don't see a trackside mast as you go past it very often. In this case we do get one, and that's because there are invisible sort of underground signals that are tied into the, yes, I know. So the train's kind of telling me, slow the hell down. I am slowing the hell down, there we go. Too busy yakking, not paying enough attention to what was actually on the signal mast. But yeah, there are a number of invisible sort of signals underground that are tied into the ATC system. You won't necessarily see them trackside, and I think they're to do with access as well, which again, as I said, does not actually, or they have not modelled the access part of the system in. Nice. So if you're loaded up before the times or your departure times actually arrive, it takes about 5 to 8 seconds for the doors to lock up. And we can get straight underway, and remembering of course that we're under ATC, which I do have switched on. So this train not quite as punchy when you're accelerating as the M7 is, but it doesn't have to well under braking. Hello Samson and Andrew Z, hello both, welcome. Yes, Samson, this is the Bud M3 for the Long Island Railroad, and it turns out I quite like the Long Island Railroad. Andrew Z, nothing is free in train sim, unfortunately, my friend. It's 12 of your finest Great British pounds, or the broad equivalent in whatever your local currency is. What I will say is I have certainly had my £12 worth out of it so far. But as always, of course, it's very much down to the player what they consider value, I guess. Gone a little bit long, I think. Where's the sign? There we are. We just rolled past it. Much like the M5. Do you mean the M7, Samson? The other one on the Long Island? It's similar-ish. I mean, it's it's another sort of commuter passenger train. It does handle differently. It's got its own little quirks and foibles. It's see, this is where I hesitate to say, oh yeah, it's totally worth the money and stuff. I think it's different enough and adds a little bit more variety. It adds more traffic in as well. I've definitely seen a few more trains on some services. I'm quite enjoying it, I have to say. I mean, it is a fairly similar train. That's in this, in the same way that the 182 and the oh bloody hell, what are they? The 182, the two freight locomotives, the 186 and the 182, is it? I mean, they look different, but broadly everything works the same, and they perform more or less the same function. So in that sense, yeah, I mean, it's much like it, but I'm quite enjoying it. Coming up to New Hyde Park, just get ready to slow down. It's a slight downhill here, so just a little bit more enthusiastic on the brakes. Well, look, there's actually cars waiting at the crossings now. I've not seen that on any other route before. So again, aiming for the 10 car sign there, that's fine. Yeah, me too, Samson. I get them all. I've been back, and even for the routes I almost never drive, like the NEC and the West Somerset, I do eventually succumb. And I know I probably shouldn't, because, but I do. I think I've driven the Class 52 like once, and I didn't even drive it the full length into West Somerset, but, oh dear. Okay, so get to stretch your legs a little bit now to out to Jamaica Station. So there is a 60-mile-an-hour limit coming up ahead. This little blank bit of the display underneath the number 40 on the ADU, I can't remember what that stands for, it's an Americanism for something. That would have a little timer showing you when to start slowing down for a speed limit change if access worked. And then this system would show you this little light here that's got ATC written under it. That would switch over between ATC and access to tell you which part of the system you're currently being instructed by. It does work sort of on the NEC. I might go back and do another video on it just to sort of illustrate how that works. But I do drive the Long Island as if it was active, so I will follow what the access speed limit would be. Really easy to work out. I'll probably talk about it when we hit that bit of the track up ahead. There's a good chance that ATC will be set to 60 along this stretch anyway. I find that the two are often the same. So I'm probably actually a little bit early because the brakes are quite severe, but the little timer would kick on to tell you time to start slowing down. So there we go, ATC is currently set to 80. If access was on, it would be the 60 that would be lit up, not the 80. And there's a couple of stretches of track where the limit is 35 and 45 respectively. The M7 can display that on its ADU, but the M3 can only show 30 or 40, so when I'm on those two stretches I'm running slightly slower than I would be in the M7, and again that's just how the system, it's a limitation of the equipment fitted to the train essentially. While the game doesn't model it, it's fairly easy to drive as if it was active. The same's true when you're driving the M7. If you've got a track speed limit that's lower than the ATC limit, you can have a quick glance at the ADU to see what the nearest access speed would be. I think in the case of the M7 though, it can meet every speed limit on the light. Only exceptions are a couple of stretches where it's 5 and 10 respectively. That's something that would be down to the driver's knowledge. The system is not capable of reflecting that, but the drivers would know that on these two specific sections there are additional limits in place. But not having access, I don't find it particularly game breaking, to be honest. And it doesn't work particularly well on the northeast corridor, although it is there. So I think overall it's better to not have it than to have a really bad version of it, I would say. Apart from that, the only thing they really need to fix on the Long Island Railroad is the magic invisible tunnels as you leave New York, and it only happens on the way out of New York Penn. But you do sometimes still get sometimes you always get that big section of the tunnel disappear about halfway up, which can be just a tad immersion breaking. So we're coming up to 35, and because of the restrictions, because of the limited available options on the ADU, I'll be taking it down to 30. I think the ATC speed is set to 40 down here, perhaps. I don't think there was no dynamic traffic either on the roads last time when I was playing the Long Island Railroad before the M3 came out. Played it quite a lot in the last 2 days. So again, yeah, most of that being spent in the M3 as well. So I have to admit, I'm really enjoying this. It's a different kind of driving to what I very often do. This does feel like a very stop-start sort of metropolitan railway. So there's what I was saying before about it being quite a quiet cab. You don't even get that much noise coming up from the bogie just behind us, even as we're going across all these points and stuff. Not sure if that's how it is or whether that's just a little oversight. I know that there isn't any engine noise really in this cab. The electric motors are way about halfway down the car underneath the passenger compartment. So pretty much I think all you do hear in terms of machinery noise is the air conditioning system. But I'm surprised you don't hear more train noises, you know, the sort of the bangs and the clacks as you go across switches and whatnot. But what we'll do is when we come back up this way, I'll do it in the M7 just for comparison. We'll come back up. I'm going to do a service out to what the hell's the name of the place? Is it Hempstead or Hemel or something like that? It's named similar name to somewhere in London. Can never remember the name. Hempstead, something like that. I'll need to look at the map. That's dreadful. I've been driving this thing non-stop for 2 days. Still can't remember the name of all the terminal stations. So, got about a minute to have a little look around. It's still quite quiet. I mean, all these tracks over here, this would be other stuff going through here. I think it's not just the New York MTA that operates in here. Or the Tri-State MTA? Or is it New York MTA? Nice looking machine though. It's not half a snug fit up to those platforms, isn't it? So just get yourselves ready to go again. There are manual controls for the doors, but they're really, really fiddly, and it takes so long to do, especially if you're a clumsy oaf like me. I'll just stick to doing these with the menus. Sorry for the big pause there, just taking a big swig of my almost cold coffee. One important thing to note is that you must have the brakes applied over halfway or the doors won't operate. That's opening or closing. So this is where that 10-mile-an-hour limit I was talking about comes in. If you come out of Jamaica on that line to the left and have to cross that switch there, that's a 10-mile-an-hour. So we've now got 35, again, because there is no 35 there. I have to pick the next one down. I mean, you don't have to drive it like this. The game's not going to punish you for it. It's or for not doing it. Oh, a little bit of stutter there. Ah, so that's what this station's called. The one under the big, huge... I take it those are like big apartment blocks or something. Certainly doesn't look like the Kew Gardens that I know, that's for sure. Right, could actually be quite a short platform here. And we're doing quite nicely for time actually, all things all in all. So it's a very short platform here. Unfortunately, you've only got one door control. If there is a way to split them, I've not found it. So you can see the back half of the train is hanging way off there. But if we flew the camera down the back, you would quickly see that the doors are open all the way down. Like I say, I'm not sure there's a way to get around that. I'm going to be honest, I've not really read the manual either. Not in any great detail anyway. Okay, so let's get ready to get moving. So we're actually getting some quite generous time allowances here. Some of the services, the timings are just like so difficult. Especially if you have ATC turned on and you can't ignore it. Although that said, they all seem to be possible to arrive at your destination within 2 or 3 minutes, which is within acceptable limits. So trying not to get caught out by the platform. I'm used to platforms. Most of the ones I've driven up till now have not stopped at these smaller stations, and I'm used to being able to arrive on the platform at about 30-35 miles an hour and still make it. But you can't do that on these little short ones. Let's just let it roll up as far as we can. There we go. So I do like the really nice quick stops here. They're good, especially if you're lagging behind a little bit. It doesn't feel like you're sitting for ages needlessly when you could just have the doors shut and be making time up again. and let's get going. So straight up to line speed to begin with. That's what we like. What you will notice about the Bud M3 is that if you go to it from an M7, straight from an M7, it's going to feel much heavier and slower off the line, so to speak. It also has a slightly different control handle. This one has four notches for power, and then it brakes on a sort of a sliding scale of 1 to 10. So it's one of those trains that when you're having to do low speed manoeuvres, you're sort of just you're rocking it back and forward between notch 1 and neutral a lot. So again, approaching a 60-mile-an-hour zone, so we'll just get ready to keep an eye on the signal anyway. I think we'll be alright. We'll just get ready to trim that last next 20 miles an hour off. Just keeping an eye. The signal system changes here as well to the coloured lights rather than the semaphore. There we go. Definitely more traffic once you get into the sort of the area between sort of Hempstead and Atlantic Terminal and New York itself. Out along that main line, not so much. I think it's just to do with the timings of the stopping services. They don't know that you can put loads and loads of trains out on that line. Buying this next week, they said, sorry, yeah, it's I get that, man. It's times are tough. To be honest, your wife's right. The 204 is it's all right, but yeah, that's you're not missing tons with the 204, I don't think. But, I hope you and the missus are well though, mate. I mean, let's not forget, these are just toy trains we're playing with. I don't have my brakes on strong enough. Here we go, the door's open now. Oh, I'm too busy looking at something else. Oops. Right, so next stop's New York, Penn. So there's a 60 coming up. Oh, I've gone too fast as well because I don't have 45 as an option on the ADU. Just immediately behind that 60 is a 30, because of course we are coming up to the junction that takes us down into the tunnels. And that 30 is hidden right behind that 60, so it's don't be fooled into whacking on the power now. So now we're on the same stretch of track that this route shares with the Northeast Corridor. If you've got the older version of the game that came with NEC, you'll know this bit of track, no doubt. So you need to sort of just pay a wee bit of attention down here, because sometimes ATC kicks you down to 40 for the first stretch of the tunnel. Other times it'll give you a 60 limit going down. Seems to depend on the time of day and the amount of traffic, what services are around at the moment. That signal that I've just passed should show you a yellow and green if it's going to kick you down, rather than a red and green. Sorry, that little one next to the track there that we passed, rather, is the one that sometimes, if you see yellow on it, it's going to slow you down, basically. If you see green, it's not. So just a little bit of braking all the way down. And we've just passed another truck. I've just heard another train in the tunnel next. That's quite faintly going by. I think that's a problem, well, not a problem with this route, but I suspect on this route we probably miss a lot of the traffic just simply because it all passes to our left and we can't see it. So if there's a distance between you and the track heading the other way or what have you, you won't see it. There's a lot of tunnels in the route as well. If you're in a tunnel you won't see it. So I wonder if sometimes the route is maybe a bit more populated than we sometimes think it is. Who knows? I've totally forgotten what I was saying before. So the gradient changes just around 1.5 miles from the station itself, so you're suddenly going uphill. So just remember to allow for that. If you pass a signal and your ATC suddenly starts screaming at you to get slowed down, braking it around 8 or 9, use notch 8 or 9 of brake should usually be enough to get you out of that. And just keep hitting the acknowledge button when it asks you to. So didn't actually need to brake as hard as I did there because we're going up a fairly steep hill. So the yellow signal there reducing us to 40. We'll be slowing down to 15 by the next signal anyway, so we'll have plenty of time to stop should we need to, in theory. And we just coast on up to the end, and that'll be us. So what we'll do is quick changeover through the M7, and we'll take a run down one of the branch lines. Okay, so we're nicely on, plenty on, even though it said 11 yards short. My doors are not unlocked for some reason. Or is it the left ones I'm supposed to use? Never entirely clear sometimes coming into this station what doors it is you're supposed to use. Irritatingly. And there we go. Job, as they say, is a good one. So yeah, that's all right. I'll take that. So let's pop out to the menu. And they've changed the train selection for this route slightly as well now. Just one moment, I'm just going to quickly draw a blind. There we go, getting some sun glare on my screen there. Can't be having that. Right, timetable. So we want the, let's make it keep it just nice and springtimey, breezy, cloudy. So what you'll notice now is they've got the little paintbrush icons for selecting a livery, but you're not actually choosing a livery. What you're doing is you're choosing a 10 car, a 6 car or an 8 car set, and each of those different sets has got different routes. The 10 cars go along the main length of the line, some of them go down to, in fact the 10 cars are mostly just main line services. Oh, that's still the 10 car. Let's have a look at the 6 car. So the 6 car services go between Hempstead, that's the place I was trying to remember the name of. They dink around on the run between Atlantic Terminal and Hempstead, and the part route services to Port Washington. And the 8 car sets are a bit of a mixture of all sorts of things. Don't think 8 cars go down to Atlantic Terminal. I think it's only 6s that go down there. So these alternate between Hempstead and Ronkonkoma. So what we'll do is we shall take. No, we've just done that sort of. What was it? It must have been at 10 o'clock when we got into New York. I wasn't really paying attention to the times it has to be said. So we shall do. I was going to go down to Hempstead. Because I don't know that line. How much can there be? No. Yeah, I did kind of want to do the Hempstead branch though. We can go back, we'll have a look at Belmont later on to see how the time's going. Okay. There's a point, Samson. How do you miss the release of anything for this game when they force it down your loading screen every time you fire something up? They really go out of their way to not make you miss these things. Okay, so same dealie again. Master key on. Oh, that's noisy. Reverse it to forward. Let's get the doors open. Brakes to max. Charge the controllers. The brakes even. Just got a couple of other things to do. turn the markers off. That's fine. Want the gauge lights on. And ATC and the alerter. So we've actually got a minute or so to wait. That's fine. So there's hour 1, and we've got an M3 sitting on the line next to us. See, I like that. Looks much better, even though it's just one more different train. It looks a little bit more convincing when you see occasionally more than one train. See, straight away you can hear in this cab there's much more mechanical noise going on. You can hear the wheels running over the points and what have you, the switches, sorry. Oh hell, I haven't played this with earphones on for a long time. I'd forgotten how loud this cab was. Played it for weeks, working. Ah, Mudrunner, yeah. Is that the one in the snow? I've seen that. Loved the old Mudrunner. That was good fun. That I had great fun with that game. So up to 60 now. If I'm yelling, it's because I can barely bloody hear myself. One of these days I'm going to spring for another proper pair of headphones where I can twiddle with a proper headset where I can twiddle with the game volume and the other stuff without having to go into system menus. Still using the crap that came with my mobile, the earbuds that came with my mobile for this. Keep forgetting to sort of headset out. So yeah, here we are in the magical flying skyway again. This is unfortunate. There's nothing I can do about this. It does only last for a few moments. There we go. So transition to the uphill. We're going to have another short stretch of magical skyway ahead, I think. I'm sure it happens at least once more on the way out. So with that 45 coming up, where I would have had to, where I was doing 40 in the M3, you can see this ADU's got a couple of extra numbers on it, 45, 55, so it can cope with the 45 limit. You still do 30 through the 35 if you want to sort of simulate having access running. But 45 and 35, 45 and 55 rather, you could cope with just fine. No 55 on this line, but we are approaching the junction with the 45s around it. So there's ATC telling me, nope, not 45 pal. Then of course the 30 coming up ahead. Again, if ATC was modelled, or access rather was switched on, there'd be a little warning light here and a little timer coming on to tell you when you had to start braking. Snow Runner, that's the one, yeah. Yeah, that seems to be the way with everything these days though, Samson, and everything comes out buggy now. It's, is what it is, I guess. Right, and again, I'm just using the menu control for the doors, because the manual controls, they are up there if you want to use them, but again, they are really fiddly to use. You'll spend more time arsing about with the keys and buttons than you will waiting on that little timer to go round. So nice short stop, off we go. So straight into 60, nice long run out to Jamaica, a long 6 mile run. We'll get to stretch our legs a little bit on the way. I don't know if this is one of the semi-express type ones that just stops at Jamaica then goes all straight on out to Hempstead, or whether this is one of the ones that stops at every other station in between. Right, so we can get the boot down and get up to full operating speed. Okay, so just getting ready for a speed limit coming up ahead. So again, the line speed says 35, but the ADU only has 38 or 40, so we have to go slightly below. Or more accurately, access would tell us to go slightly below, so that's what I'll be doing. Wonder how annoying it would be if you lived in a block of flats like that and someone did this. Yeah, announcements would be cool, man. You can never have too much background ambience, I think, for these kind of games. I used to have an add-on for Flight Simulator years ago that did all that stuff. It was kind of cool. You could even connect it all in so that like it all triggered off, different things triggered automatically. So like when you turned your seatbelt sign off, you would hear the automatic announcements and stuff from the crew. It's cool. Really stupid and really pointless, but so cool. Okay, so you just need to watch yourself coming down this hill a little bit, in case the speed tries to run away from you, because we are going down into... See, there's what I was talking about earlier. I nearly missed that just because it's passing to our left, and your view to your left's not very good. That was just a little bit sloppy, but never mind. Cool. And it doesn't matter if you drop a few yards short here. You're better to be able to see the top of that signal mast if you're not using this thing up here, than you are being bang up against some imaginary invisible line. So yeah, so like the door controls for the left are over here, so if you wanted to actually use them, you would need to get out your seat, come over here, do this. Nah, you're alright. We'll just use the menu buttons. And it doesn't matter what your brakes are set to on the M7. The M3 is the one that has the... It's just a safety system. It's like the train interlock system on other trains. The M3, it's dependent on where the handle is, basically. Remember that. You even had a flight attendant coming to the call. Yeah, and what the hell is that thing called again? Because there was like... I mean, that was back in, what, maybe the mid to late 2000s, and I'm sure there were only like one or two companies really trying to do that kind of stuff then. And it was this one package that everybody had. Like, everybody had Active Sky. I remember that. I loved Active Sky. And then everybody had that, what was it, FS Nav. Everybody had FS Nav because it was awesome. And free. And then there was that thing that added all like the crew announcements, and I'm sure it did things like if you had like the PMDG or the Level D planes, it would throw emergencies and things at you and stuff as well. It could talk to the payware add-ons and trigger stuff. Oh, that was a brilliant package. And I had radar contact as well, because I used to like VATSIM, but it could get frustrating sometimes, and radar contact did a really good job of that. Man, I really want to play flight sims now again. I've seen the new one coming out, but will it have that level of complexity out of the box? Man, I mean, that's another old hard drive I need to go and dig out. I said this to somebody yesterday about old train simulator routes as well. Right, so up to 30 in the first instance, because we don't have a 35 on the ADU. Okay, so now up to 40. That was really loud. I just need to make sure I can see the signal. It'd be nice if these worked as well. And ground personnel. Oh yeah, I had the wee pushback trucks and stuff as well. And I had some of those airports that had like the dynamic scenery as well. You got like the little follow me cars and things. It was incredible. Ah, hell yeah, I'm totally going raking for those old hard drives later on. I don't care if they look like Commodore Amiga games by today's standards. I want some of that again. Yeah, I know what you mean, Samson. That was that was why I ended up not, or why I stopped with the flight sim. And I got into it in the early 2000s, and it got to a point where I was looking at having to replace almost everything. I had to admit that my old PC at the time, I must have bought one of the last single core PCs ever built, and it just couldn't cope, and I was going to have to upgrade everything, and all the payware packages were upgrading to their next models, and so it came to a natural conclusion for me, almost. Let's just get the doors open. So are you a bit like me then, Samson? Sometimes it's not so much what the simulation is, it's just the fact it's a good, reasonably accurate simulation or something, because I'm a bit like that. I mean, I'm as happy playing with a train as I am with an airplane, as I am with just about any kind of sim. I like car simulations. Hell, I used to have that space shuttle one. The one from the 90s and the one that was remade about 10 years ago. I even had a U-boat simulator, and I've got a very, very good one somewhere that does more modern submarines. But yeah, any kind of simulation, love them, mate. Love them, love them, love them. Right, so just a very short sprint down to the next station. No point going much faster than 60. Silent Hunter, yeah. Silent Hunter 3 with the, oh, what was it called? There was a big, huge, wasn't even a mod, man. It was basically a complete ground-up rewrite. Wolves of the Deep or something. The Grey Wolves. The Grey Wolves add-on for it, and it rewrote everything, made it much more realistic, gave you much more options, made the shipping much more complicated, enemy shipping. It wasn't just a simple case of Allied Axis and neutral anymore. Yeah, that was the tip of the iceberg for what it did, but oh yeah, I've got that somewhere as well. I'm completely... Because I mean, we're talking games that are 15, 20 years old now. They will run on any shitty old Chromebook that you happen to have lying about. Or in my case, a really ancient old laptop knocking about somewhere that I think it might still be a Windows 7 one actually. And until a year or two ago, I nursed along an absolutely ancient Windows XP machine that never connected to the internet or anything. I kept it alive purely to play old games on. But, that machine finally went to meet its maker, unfortunately. You and me both, buddy. I'm so old that my very first experience of a simulator was a game called Formula 1 Simulator, which came out on the Spec 8 and the Amstrad and the Commodore 64 in 1984, I think. And it came with the machine we got in '84. Oh, in fact, no. The very first one I played was a 3D stunt bike game. It was you had to jump London buses, and you did it from the first person, and it was absolutely fucking awful by today's standards. But the very first game I played was a simulator, and so was the second one I played, and they have been the games I have hunted down and craved ever since. I was 5-year-old when I played that. So there you go, you know exactly how old I am now. Thick 20, man. Oh, great days, I remember those. Actually pretty good computers compared to what they were intended to compete against. Okay, so we've left the main line that we were on earlier now, and we're heading down towards Hempstead. And I'm definitely going to need to stop for a pee break at the end of this. Now what we'll do is we'll take the M3 to Atlantic Terminal. And then we'll do the same trip, or as much of it as I can, in reverse. So we'll go back to Hempstead, back up to New York, and then take a run out towards Hicksville. What I'll do is I'll just alternate between the set that I'm using each time. So we'll do M3, M7, M3, so on. So again, it's just a sprint to Nassau. NHA, I don't know what NHA is, mate. Oh, are we going to make this? Yeah, bags are in. I don't know, I still occasionally go back and play old games. I've not played Microsoft Train Simulator, I think, since... Oh... Do you know what? I think I might have fired it up around the time that I got Train Sim World back in the day, just to sort of see the difference kind of thing, but I could quite happily go back and play those, I think. But then I still play old 8-bit computer games a lot. I've got Amstrad and Specky emulators on my laptop, and I spend as much time on my Switch playing the old NES and Super Nintendo games as I do playing modern stuff, so... And to be honest, it's probably, if I do still have that hard drive kicking about, it's the only way I've got of doing the whole East Coast main line, so... Okay, next stop Garden City, then there's only one station left after that, I think. It's Garden City, then Country Life Press. What I will do is, just before we get to the very last section of the line, just over a mile from the end, I will switch off ATC, and the reason for that is that it locks you into 15 miles per hour if you pass a certain point, but if you watch the AI trains coming in, they're actually coming in at something closer to the track speed limit, so I'm not sure if that's just not a bug as such, but whether it's just it doesn't quite work properly when it gets to the end of the controlled stretch of track. Because you're out of coverage of the system on that last section. So it got caught a little bit by surprise there by ATC, but that's fine because in real life it is a reactive system. It's got time built in for you to respond. Because it is cab signalling rather than trackside a lot of the time, you don't know till you pass it what it's going to be at. So the system is very much designed with the idea that the driver will need a bit of time. It's not as punishing as a PZB, for example. I might have left it too late to switch this thing off actually. So we've got a stop signal up ahead, because there is a service coming up out of Hempstead just there. So we've now got a clear signal, and I'm just going to turn off the ATC before we go round. You can do that with control and enter on a keyboard if you've got one plugged in. It really needs to be off before you pass this system, and while the indicator is not already at 15. If you turn it off too late, it'll still behave as if the system's plugged in. You can actually do this last wee bit with it still switched on as well. I just took the opportunity while we were sitting still to operate the switch. It is actually, you're going slowly enough along here that you can sort of turn around and do it. Anyway, it's not like you're thundering down here at high speeds. This is the last chance to turn it off. Is this section down here? It must be off before you get past this signal. But as I say, I find occasionally that leaving it till the last second, it still acts as if it's on. So I tend to have it off. Certainly by now, as you roll out onto this straight, is the last place I would recommend killing it. So the track speed is still 15, but you see now it goes up to 30. This little light here coming on says no transponder. So it's not receiving a signal from the ATC system anymore. So although it all kicks into 15, with ATC on, you're stuck. But for timetabling purposes, that seems to be wrong. It takes too long to get down here. And if you are sitting, some of the services that depart from here, you'll see an AI train coming in, and they are definitely coming in quicker than 15 miles per hour. So that's my wee top tip for anybody who is using ATC. Flick it off just down here. So about a minute and a half, close to 2 minutes after our arrival time by the time we stopped and unloaded, but that's cool. It'll still count as an on time. As always, you've got a good 3 minutes, 3 and a bit minutes grace at least, I've found generally. Yeah, so we'll do a quick unload and then we'll get the door locked up. And that's the end of the second part. So you see there, still good enough time for a gold medal. Overall, the timekeeping was okay overall. Hope Dovetail knows. You mean about the little sort of dead bit at the end of the track there? Oh, that's always been like that, mate. I think it's just the way the system's coded in. And bearing in mind that with the American routes, I wing it a lot more than I do with the German and the British stuff. It could well be that is actually supposed to be like that. Just to me, it doesn't feel right. So don't take anything I tell you about the American railways as gospel. It's based purely on what I know from other stuff I've played around with, and I've not put the same amount of effort into learning this stuff. Same with the signals. I mean, I've got a rough idea what they all mean, but don't ask me what their names are and what every single regulation attached to each one is. So alternating between them again, we'll take an M3 this time, and we'll take a 6-car set. And this time we will take what time did we get into Hempstead? I've not been keeping a track of the times at all, really. We'll take the 11:30 from Hempstead to Atlantic Terminal. But just before we do, I need to take a very quick comfort break. So let's reconvene in about 5 minutes. Go fill your cup, empty your bladder, whatever you need to roll, and I'll be back very shortly. Okay, so refreshed, ready to go. Let's just crack straight on with this. So we'll be going back the way we came as far as Jamaica Station, and then instead of heading up towards New York, we go off along we go directly west instead of off to the north, out to Atlantic Terminal. Fair bit of tunnel running as well in this one. So again, just key on, reverser to forward, get your doors open first before you do anything else. Put the controller to the max brake and then hold down your L1 button, or your, I think it's called LB on the Xbox, to charge the brakes. There is a button in the cab somewhere you can press to do it, but just as quick to do it on your pad. Pardon me. Basically just wait until those gauges don't move anymore, then you can release it. So we've got about 40 seconds to go. Turn your ATC and your signalling system on. Signalling system is just what they call a LIRR on this cab. That is essentially everything we really need to do. We'll put the headlights on dim. The marker switch is up there. Unfortunately, the rear markers are off by default, which is a shame. Hi Wolfgang, my favourite diorama. I can't remember what they all were, to be honest with you. I had them all unlocked, and then the game decided to wipe all my mastery progress. No longer records any new progress, and it took all the dioramas away, so I'm now stuck with the German one that I had set when it all went away. I seem to remember the Transpennine one was quite pleasant though. One of these days I will raise a ticket with that. I should point out that I haven't raised the ticket, so it might well be an easy fix. I just haven't bothered my backside. So again, this is a much quieter cab. You really only hear the air conditioning noise, and very occasionally you hear a bang from the wheels behind you. But it's very faint and muffled. I just heard a clack there going over the points. Okay, so we can go up to 30 now, but we will be going more or less straight back down to 15. Oh, do you know what? I'm going to restart. I've gone far too early. Oh, what a donut. Why did I do that? I'm looking up to see, right, what's my next stop? What? Too much of a hurry to get going again. Oh, what a divvy. That's live entertainment, folks. Sometimes I think I maybe should do some of this stuff sort of scripted and pre-edited. Right, so key on, reverser forward, and open the doors. power handle to max brake, and hold down your left button or your L1. Safety's on. Wait until 33:20. I misread that as 31:20. My mistake. Okay. In that case, because I don't often have time to do this. In fact, you almost never have time to do this. We're going to nash down the back and put the tail lights on. That's better. I really wish those were just turned on by default, because it's the easiest thing in the world just to turn them off on the front cab. Because the M7 does come in with them turned on. We'll go for a look inside as well. We've got a minute or so. So yeah, it's all very woody panelly. I can assure you this was tasteful in the 1980s. To any younger viewers who might stumble on this, this used to be cool. There we go, that looks a bit better at the front. Lights at the back. Okay, so couldn't remember what the top and bottom lights were tied to. Okay, so we better think about closing the doors up now. Right, that's more like it. So first stop, Country Life Press. Some reason that signal up ahead pings, it disappears, the lights go out as you approach. I don't know if that's an actual thing or not. Again, I'm not really an expert on American railways. I have learned about enough to get by. Right, so now we can run up to 30. We're getting ready to slow down again fairly quickly. This could be another one with fairly tough time limits to meet. But, you can only go as fast as the limits let you. tiny little bit long there. We only need to go as far as the six car board. So you what? Let's. Get locked up. Should probably just make sure I can see what the signal says. Yeah, that's fine. So don't be misled by the upcoming 30 either, because you will still be under ATC restriction. Hey Nick, good to see you, man. How are you? Hope you're well, dude. So this first stretch out of Hempstead can feel like a bit of a crawl with the safeties on. It is what it is. Apart from the area immediately around Jamaica, it's pretty quick most of the rest of the route. Yeah, I'm good, man. I'm aye, same shit, different day, my dude. There we go, just about nailed it. Lovely. Right, so again, it's really quick stops. Won't be here for very long. Let's just get that out of the way. Like you can see all the muck and the weathering on the front there. That's nice. It does look like a fairly weather-beaten thing. Ah, nice one, man. Did you enjoy it? Was it good? You get to drive great big fucking vehicles around all day. Of course it's good. Well, congratulations, man. Okay, so we just need to be careful if you're doing these sort of cool external camera driveaways. Just remember to keep one eye on the instruments. I feel like I maybe came away from that camera about 5 seconds too early. That would have been a cool shot. Seem to have lost some sound. So there's an invisible signal under the track just here, which will release us from ATC. Oh no, the sound had just balanced slightly. Sound balance sounded slightly different when I came back into the cab there. Odd. Maybe it's because I've just been listening to the traction motors from the outside, I don't know. Right, so let's just get ready to stop here. Again, the timings are quite challenging along this stretch sometimes. Class 66. Oh, of course, you'll see those out your way, won't you? I mean, those things go all over Northern Europe. I forget that sometimes. Cool. And doors. I always forget that those 6060s are actually owned by Deutsche Bahn and end up going all over the shop. Unfortunately, we don't get to see as many cool European trains over here because our Victorian signalling system just will only work with anything modern and high tech. So another short run to the next one, they're only spaced about a mile apart along this stretch, but after Stewart Manor I think the next one is, if I remember rightly, it's up to Floral Park and then we're on the main line. It'll be a bit too early on my braking there. Okay, so slightly short, but not the end of the world. It's a nice long, you can get an 8 car on here quite comfortably. I think you could probably get a 10 on here. It's certainly an 8. So we're we're not running too far behind. We're not quite bang on time, but not far enough behind to be considered truly late. And again, I'm picking 40 instead of 45 because, as I said before, access, the train off in the distance there, access would only be able to select 40 in this instance. Oh, just slightly long, but never mind. And again, it'll just be a very quick stop and go. I'll get the door menu pre-selected. In fact, I better make sure the brakes are on properly. Make sure with the M3 that you've always got the brakes on notch 5 or above, otherwise the doors won't operate properly. It's a very crude but effective safety interlock type thing. Again, feels quite sluggish off the out of the blocks compared to the M7, but still a pleasure to drive, to be honest. I mean, it's got no real vices. Just beware of the short platforms. You can't come onto these at the same speed as you can the big long 10-car stops. Otherwise you won't have enough stopping distance. As I have discovered numerous times, because I keep forgetting about the short bloody platforms. Right. Into another oh, sugar. I didn't mean to do that. There we go. Should be another, oh, we're in a a 40 zone, so it won't quite be a slam it open and off we go, but close enough. So there we go, I'm probably braking a bit on the early side again there. You can actually, even from 70 or 80, you can do it from about 600 or 700 yards. As long as you're not going down like the world's steepest hill. Just get the doors pre-selected, ready to go. Next stop, Jamaica. So about 4 miles, 4 minutes to do just over 2 miles. It's not as generous as it sounds because there are quite tight speed limits around Jamaica. So start braking for the upcoming speed limit. Again, track speed is 35, but the onboard equipment can only give us round numbers, so we'll be going down to 30. So ATC is now gone down to 40, but that's not what would actually be showing LIRR access live. We'd love it if they went back and fixed that one day. I mean, they did it with PZB, because that was broken to begin with. It would be great if they went back and got the other half of this system working. Right, so you can see there, it doesn't actually matter if you stop a bit short on this platform for practical purposes. You've got bags of room. Let's just get locked up and underway. Still under a 15 restriction by access. By ATC rather. And our next stop is East New York. Okay, so released from the 15 restriction by ATC, the track speed is 45. And because I'm driving it as if access was actually running, that means I'll be going up to 40. And I have to say, I do quite enjoy this next bit. I like this tunnel because it does actually feel quite fast. I can't get the camera to behave properly in the tunnel. That's a shame. Let me just get an eyeball on this next signal, then I'll try something a bit different. This could be an invisible one coming up actually. It is, yeah, this tunnel's just too confined for the camera to behave very well. Yeah, it's not going to behave. I think you have to kind of have it set up very carefully before you come down here if you want to do that. Let's get the speed under control a little bit now and shoot it on a subway line. I'm still not convinced about those, Samson. They have been done in the past for other simulators. They sound great fun on paper, and tunnels are really good in short doses for something like this. A whole route based on tunnels, I personally got tired of them very quickly. Actually, all I would caution about wishing for tunnel-based routes is they sound really cool. But then so does fucking climbing Mount Kilimanjaro when you're sitting in the pub with your pals. The execution is sometimes a different matter. That said, some people probably love them, that's fine. Just not sure it would be my cup of tea. That's alright. Trains come in all sorts of shapes and sizes and types, and everybody likes different stuff. I get it. Right, so just watching out for this imminent station. See, it's not even quite a proper subway station because the station itself's out in the open air. It's a longer platform than I remember as well. I thought I maybe needed to hit it a bit earlier. Slightly short, but it doesn't matter. Right, let's see. Oh, I had the camera around the back, that was the problem. Right, the cameras have switched around. I've got both cameras on the back car. Okay, it does something bizarre when you get right in front of it. I like the sound when you do that under here as well. You can hear it bound, like reverberating away down the tunnel. A little bit of a climb now, and then we're going on to one of those really cool sort of elevated railways that you see a lot in the States. I really like this section of the line, especially now with the traffic. If you pay too much close attention to it, yes, it does look like a fairly crude effect, but if you're watching the stuff you're supposed to be watching, and that stuff's all going on in the edge of your vision, it's actually quite a cool effect. I wonder if sometimes I'm maybe just a little too harsh on them for the graphics as well, because I have to admit I play this on a pretty big ass screen and I could be further away from it as well, so perhaps I'm seeing just a little too much detail sometimes on my own good. because I have played this on smaller screens and it has actually looked a lot better. I mean, it's made with PC monitors in mind, don't forget. That's the lead platform. It's not meant to be played on giant ass living room tellies. Right, again, I was maybe being a little bit too timid with the brakes there. Could have done that a bit later. Whoops. I think we might mix it up a little bit with the weather and conditions on the way back out as well. Because we'll go back along the way we've been. What are we at? 3:30, so we'll certainly get one more in. Right, this is where it gets. This is the slightly tedious bit as well, because we're going to be going at low speed the whole way. We get a very brief burst where I think we might get up to around 40, and then it's down to a 15, and then we do the last 500 yards or so at an absolute crawl. So again, as if access was active, up to 40 rather than 45. See, definitely more traffic on the branch lines, even if the main line out to Hicksville something still feels a bit empty. So again, this is a speed limit that the drivers would know through their local knowledge, rather than relying entirely on the onboard computers to do this for them. Because neither ATC nor Access can cope with anything below 15. That has to be separately signposted or otherwise briefed to the drivers. as far as I know. On the bright side, you don't really need to worry so much about timing your braking down here, I suppose. A little bit naughty, but oops. You'll easily respond to like 5 or 6 alerters in the time it takes you to just crawl around that corner and get into the station here. It's no quick. And it doesn't bother me particularly. I know that there are many who don't like these low speed sections. Anybody who's ever been near a Train Sim World Facebook group will have seen there's a huge chunk of people that if there's even a tiny little 5 mile an hour stretch on a line, that's it, ruined for them. They don't want to play it. That's fair enough. Just make sure the brakes are on and unlock left. So the slow speed crawl doesn't bother me. We were talking about flight sims earlier on. Anybody who's ever had to get from to Terminal 5 after an easterly arrival is no stranger to crawling around at low speed for hours at a stretch. Lock him up and hype. It's actually a really enjoyable route. I'd forgotten how good it is, and it's definitely had a lot of. I'm sure it looks better than it did the last time I was playing it before. So let's get the weather and stuff mixed up a little bit. We'll swap back out to the M7. In fact, before we'll do that, let's make it winter. So make sure we choose the 6-car set. And we want to go back to Hempstead. We'll do it around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. There should be traffic building around that time. I'm going to pull my microphone for just a minute because I've got to throw this cup of coffee that's been getting cold next to me down my throat. And very quickly scoff a bicky as well. Let's get going. Come on. Okay, so key on, reverse it to forward, and open the doors before we do anything else. Power handle to 10 and charge the brakes. This time we've got a gauge to tell us. Let it get up over about 100 and then you're good. ATC cutout and the alerter cutout above your head. Headlights on, gauge lights on. We don't need the front markers. Don't need the light. You'll need that about 5%. And the wipers we won't need till we're above ground. And that is how quickly you can do a cab setup on this thing. Right, so we'll just get the doors closed up. The only thing with the winter weather is you get this mist and fog down in the tunnels, and honestly never spent enough time in a subway system to know whether that actually happens in cold weather. So again, I'm afraid it's the 5 mile an hour crawl for the best part of 600 yards, 700 yards even. Well, no, it's only a 6-car actually, isn't it? So it's maybe not that long. "330 yards plus the length of the train." This is a direct run out to Jamaica, so we won't be stopping anywhere along the tunnel section. There are a mixture of services along this, all three of the main routes that run on the Long Island Railroad. There's a mixture of stopping and express services. If you go on in fact, if you just Google Train Sim World LIRR timetable, the first thing that comes up is a link to Dovetail's forums. A thread in there where somebody posted a bunch of timetables, which is where I got it from. I can't actually remember where the hell I put it. I couldn't find the download earlier on. But I wasn't too fussed for the purposes of this stream. But if you want to make sure specifically you're getting a stopping service or a faster, fewer sort of semi-express type dealie, the information is out there. That is something I wish they would put a bit more detail in the game itself. Who knows? Maybe with 2021, if they do an upgrade this year, big summer upgrade. Who knows? Obviously, a lot of releases of new stuff is being postponed, delayed, that kind of thing at the moment across the whole gaming industry. So, trying not to speculate too much about upcoming content and what have you. Yeah, well, that was an awfully tangent to go off on, just because they don't describe what the service is very well. Yeah, something I would like to see improved in future, maybe. Click on a service in the timetable service mode, and have it show us what stations it stops at and what have you. So up to 15, because ATC is telling me that's as fast as I can go, and then as we pass the next signal we should get a higher limit. Now see, I've never seen another train in these tunnels until I put the M3 in. There's definitely more traffic on the branches. You're wondering why the sound's cutting in and out. That's the contact, losing contact with the third rail. That would actually happen, I think. So this cab I can do 45 if I'm driving it sort of under access-like conditions, because it does have a provision for 45 on the ADU there. We're coming up into 30, so it will be getting a little bit early there. I don't have the benefit of the access timer. I think I do have a video up of the Northeast Corridor where I do sort of explain how access works. It is a fairly straightforward system. Blimey. Been a while since I've had the winter settings on as well. I've forgotten just how wintry it defaults to if you don't adjust some of those sliders a little bit. I think we'll maybe tone it down for the run up to from Hempstead to New York again. We'll try it in the rain. Tell you what, this route looks really nice at night time as well. The little night running that I've done on it looked really, really cool. Like just the feeling of driving through an urban area at night time, it's the more I've played this route over the last 2 or 3 days, the more I've come to realise that I have hugely underestimated this route. And I think it was because it was a one train special. And I think because it came out so early on as well, they'd gone to a lot of effort to fix PZB around that time. And then they had this other safety system that didn't really work properly, and I kind of got a bit fed up with it not working properly. Whereas the last couple of days I've realised that actually it's quite easy to drive around that and to drive as if it was there anyway. And I'm having a lot of fun with it. So windscreen wiper control is on the left D-pad. The switch is actually there. Really easy to control this with a D-pad because you don't need to look down to the switch to see what position it's moving to each time you press it. Same with the light switch right on the D-pad, the selector is just up there. So this cab's brilliant for never having to take your hands off the pad as you go through. You know, you might under some conditions only want the lights on bright in the tunnel and then dim them again when you're out. Oh, no, I'm going too soon. So yeah, Long Island definitely, it's at the top of my, or very near the top of my my favourites now. It's certainly back in my rotation. I mean, it's got enough going on, it's got enough safety system stuff there to make it interesting to me. It's got enough to engage me. There's just enough there's enough difference between the two trains that they do feel like different machines to drive. You can be a bit more precise with the M7 just because it's not got quite as clunky a control handle. I think the M3 is actually better under braking than the M7, but the M7 gets going faster. Tell you what though, if they did ever get access running properly on these machines and you had the full cab signalling experience, this would be, Long Island would be right up there alongside any of the German routes for me in terms of immersion and realism. I mean, it's really close, it's not far off it now, it's up there with East Coast Way and what have you, in terms of really pulling you in. Whereas before I think I was comparing it quite unfavourably to maybe a closer standard to what North East Corridor is at. Which, don't get me wrong, I mean NEC was essentially a route they learned how to build the game on. It is what it is. But to hold Long Island Railroad, to put it into the same category as NEC, I think I was doing it an injustice. It's not really. Okay, so just again coming down the hill into Jamaica. The track limit says 35, but again the ADU only supports 30 or 40, so 30 it is. Because access would, whichever of the two is the lowest limit, access or ATC, that's the one that would generally take precedent. So in this case it would be access would be pulling us down. As far as the driver is concerned, the alarms and the sounds and the indicators that you'll see lit up on the desk in front of you, they're the same whether it's the ATC or the access going up. Just that for whatever reason the part of the system that's tied to the speed limits, they've never got it to work properly. I would genuinely be fascinated to know why, but because the bits of NEC where it works, it's really good fun to use. I love it. But there are a couple of sections where for whatever reason it just does not do at all well. And it doesn't behave like it's supposed to by all accounts. Right, I've lost sight of that signal off the nose as well, which is unfortunate. You can see it from this side though, so it has gone to clear, that's okay. Rule of thumb for these signals along here, by and large, apart from the ones that have got the green and the red lights on them, they more or less behave like old semaphores on the British Railways. They're a bit more complicated than that, but as a rule of thumb, if it's up, it's clear. If it's horizontal, stop, and if it's at a diagonal, it's a caution. And that applies to the ones with the white lights as well. And if you see a combination of more than one, as long as one of them is vertical, you'll be going past the signal, whether it be clear or at caution. And if one of them is at horizontal, then be bloody careful. What I actually found easier to learn how the signals worked along here, that page in the manual that's got all the millions of different American signals on it that confuses the hell out of you, just chuck that away. Don't bother using it. Just remember the semaphore thing, and if you're in doubt, when you see one with a horizontal on it, you shouldn't be going that fast anyway that you don't have time to quickly contact the signaller if you're in any doubt. If you're already under caution, a horizontal is likely to be telling you to stop. If it's only a horizontal, you're stopping. If it's got more than one thing on it, just call the signal box. You cannot go from clear to a full stop. If you come across one that you're not sure about, if you're not already under caution, you should be fine. And if you are, you shouldn't be going so fast that you can't call the signal box, and then you will gradually learn to interpret them. That one up ahead of us, for instance, I know is fine because nothing is horizontal. I'm going too early because I've still got ATC plugged in. I know that's a really, really crap sort of explanation of the signals. It's not an explanation at all, really, but like I said before, I don't take quite as clinical approach to this as I do with the other ones. Right, nice high speed run. Chance to stretch the legs a little bit. So mile to run, started thinking about slowing down. Weather and stuff doesn't make any difference to the traction or the braking or anything in the game yet. So same braking distances as always if you want them. As the M7 definitely takes a bit longer to get slowing down than the M3. Not hugely so, but it's enough to get you into trouble if you mistime it. If you're doing sort of, you know, if you're one of the last of the late breakers, the difference is enough to catch you out. It's a driving style that I always manage to conquer when I'm playing on my own off stream, and always goes horribly wrong whenever I attempt it on stream, so Peninsula Corridor. The signalling's actually a piece of piss, mate, on Peninsula Corridor. Once you realise that it's essentially the same as ours with a tiny little difference. Peninsula Corridor is just a traffic light system, and once you sort of understand that every single signal you see will have a red light on it, you start ignoring all the red bits to a degree. Essentially with Peninsula Corridor, and again it is more complicated than this, but all you need to know for the purposes of driving the trains in this game is if it's a green signal, if you see green and red, that's clear, go for it, full speed. If you see green and yellow, that's think of that as the same as a German green and yellow. It's just telling you proceed at a reduced speed, which in the case of the corridor is 50 mile an hour for a passenger train, 40 for a freight train. Once you pass that, if you next signal you see is a flashing yellow, it's telling you to basically lose another 10 miles an hour. The next one after that will be a steady yellow, which is like to prepare for a stop. Once you pass a steady yellow, the next one you see is likely to be a red. So it's basically green, green, yellow, flashing yellow, yellow to red is the sequence, reduced by 10 miles an hour each time. So if you pass a steady yellow, you should be down under 30, and I promise you can stop the passenger trains in visual distance of a red signal from 30, because I've done it loads of times. And I don't think Peninsula Corridor has any of these semaphore type things. If what the aspect on will not show you on Peninsula Corridor is it will not differentiate between the 3 different types of caution signal. It'll just tell you that there is a caution, but it will not tell you anything about the speed limits. As I said, there is a lot more to the signalling that's going on there, and there are sometimes the one that applies to you will be out of sequence on the vertical rows. It might not be quite where you expect it to be. It might be in the middle, or at the it might be at the middle, or you know, what have you, when you're expecting to see it at the. Is it the top it usually appears at? I can't even remember. If it appears in the middle, it usually means you're going over a junction or something like that. But don't worry too much about the vertical arrangement of the signals. Basically, once you learn to filter out all the crap you don't need to know that they put into the manual, which is like 99% of it, I understand why they do it, because some people want that level of information and that knowledge, but for practical purposes, most of it's not needed. I'll maybe the next time I have been playing the Corridor a lot actually. I'm really enjoying that one as well. I'm really loving the 2 newer American routes, it has to be said. I'll maybe do something on that again at some point. Talk a bit more about the signals as I'm doing it. And like I said, just think of the ones you see along this route as being semaphores, and all of a sudden they make perfect sense to you. All that other stuff in the manual about regulation 943C paragraph 12D states that, that's all extraneous really. ATC's going to tell you what to do, speed-wise at a signal. That's what it's there for. Very similar in principle to PZB, in as much as it's speed control based. It's just not as quick to turn around and roundhouse kick you in the face, that's all. Yeah, I was the same, man, with that manual. It was just, there's so much stuff in there, and then I realised that so many of those combinations, I was never seeing them, or they weren't actually different procedurally from 10 other ones. You know, they've got 5 different ways of telling you slow down to 40 mile an hour, and most of them you're never going to see on that route. But the important paragraph from the Peninsula Corridor manual is not actually on the page with all those signal masts and stuff. It's the page just before or just after that tells you what the step speed limits are for freight and passenger trains. Like I say, it's 50, 45, is it 60, 50, 40, 30, something like that for passenger trains, and 50, 40, 30, 20 for freight trains. I would need to go and look it up again. But yeah, it's not necessarily as complicated as we all thought. running slightly late now. I think I dawdled a little bit into the section between Jamaica and Floral Park, but we're all good. So I think I've definitely got time to do the trip back from Hempstead up to New York Penn, and then I might have to call it after that. Because I will have been at this for a very long time after that. Oh, just almost a little too far. I think the doors will still be on. I don't think I could get that sort of alignment again if I tried. So we're pretty much just going to cane it straight out to Nassau or Nassau. Oofed. Frame rate did not like that jump back to the cab. Tricky when I can't actually see where any of the signboards are until I'm right on top of them. There we go. So this is pretty much an all-stopper. Sometimes you zip along here, go past all the stations. Other times you stop at some or all of them. So yeah, good mix of stuff to do along here. Not every service is just a rinse and repeat of the last one. Some of them you'll find easier to keep to the timetable than others. Always good to have a little mix like that. So you don't always feel like you're just going through the exact same motions every time. Okay, so I can just see ahead of me a signal, and it's horizontal. It's like a horizontal semaphore, so stop. So I'm assuming, let's get out and have a look. Sure enough, and again, I know I didn't play tons and tons of this in the old days, but with the M3, and I'm sure I'm doing more stopping at places like this than I was before, and I'm seeing more traffic around the satellite stations. I'm convinced of it. And we're now clear. ATC is 40, but we're going on to a 15 track limit just around this bend. There really isn't any point going much quicker. I'm trying to, because it's so easy to brake to back down to 12, 13, and then you've lost whatever you gained. So again, because of that funny little dead spot at the end of the ATC control area, we'll be switching off again before we just go on to that last little stretch. We'll keep everything on just for this for now, because I did turn it off earlier on the first leg down here. I did mention you could do it a little bit later. That's what I'm going to do just now. So you can do this with Control-Alt on your keyboard, or you can just turn the fuse off up there. And all this will do is it will stop you being locked into a 15 mile an hour limit around this corner. And as I said before, my reason for doing that is simply that the AI trains certainly don't seem to be sticking to 15 when they come down there, so I'm assuming it's not actually supposed to be. And again, if you leave it too late to switch that off, if you do it now, for instance, the system will behave as if it was still on, and it will put your brakes on. It will then let you go up to 30 miles an hour once you recharge everything, but you've completely lost any advantage you had again. So just nice and sharpish. Green bar to the right of the speedometer. That is... The vertical one here is that is just showing you how much power is being put down through the brakes or the traction motors for braking or acceleration, sorry. The other stuff that comes on just to the right of that, those are just like status displays to show you that certain systems are running, but it's to do with the braking and the amount of load you're putting on the systems and stuff. Again, it's not really stuff that for the purpose of train sim that we need to really be worrying about too much. And that's leg 1, 2, 3, that's leg 4 now. Oh, my chat's just disappeared. Let's see what happened there. Hey, welcome, Gordon. How we doing, man? Yeah, no, there's at least a few of us. So we'll get those locked up. So again, the timings were within acceptable limits. 3 minutes is what you're allowed as far as I can work out. In fact, I've been closer to 4 and still got a gold medal before. So once again, back to the train select screen. We'll swap back over to the M3. And then we'll change the weather as well a bit. We'll make it a bit less severe, I think. So we want the M3, and we want to take an 8-car set this time. And we'll so that was sort of a late afternoon one we did, so this time we're wanting to run up to, so we'll take a 6 o'clock service up to New York. What time is it just now? It's 4:30 in the real world. So right, just give me 2 seconds and we'll get this started. Let's see. Ah, I pressed start before I saw what you put there for the weather, or they changed it. Yeah, I've kind of been eyeing up Flight Simulator as well. To be honest, the only thing that would stop me moving both over is the amount I've already spent on Train Sim add-ons. It might be cheaper just to buy 2 consoles. Especially if it's another, what, 6 months to a year before we get the new machines. Right. Get the key on. Let's get the doors open. And let's get everything charged up. Right, so not as long a wait this time, so I don't have time to run back down and do the tail lights, unfortunately. So wait until you've got about 10 seconds to go and then get your doors locked up. What I'll do is, if I've got time to do the last bit, the run out to Hicksville again, I'll do it a clear winter night. I'm not sure if I'm going to have time though to do that. Why didn't my doors lock? Did I just try and unlock? Oh, crap. Right, we're off to a flyer. Oh, what did I do? I was too busy trying to read stuff. So if that happens, maximum brakes, hit the recharge, wait for the needles up here to stabilise, and then get underway again and you're fine. That was purely a result of my own inattention. You do have to be kind of careful with this cab, because it's got the notched control handle rather than the free sliding one. You can quite easily go over a speed limit that you didn't mean to. Watching for the speed limit drop coming up. Yeah, their manuals have got a lot better in the last sort of 9 to 10 months, and I think they might actually have rewritten a lot of the stuff. Certainly in the old days it was very much of a case of we all had to just kind of fend for ourselves. PTG Rail was where I learned a lot of my stuff. That and scouring the internet for real world documents, which are not always that easy to find. And I have to say, the Wikipedia page on German railway signalling is absolutely fantastic. So just looking at the timetable up there on the left. It's, I know I had that unplanned stop just on the start there, but that still seems slightly optimistic to me. Any second now, we should, I hope, get a slightly higher speed limit. I've now got 3 minutes to do 3.5 miles. Well, in fact, no, I'm going to be stuck at 15 until at least I pass the next trackside equipment, which is still a few hundred yards away. These NPCs, they do like to stand in the yellow line, don't they? Hello Tommy, welcome mate, good to see you. Oh, it does look proper gloomy, doesn't it? This bit feels almost painful. Right, there we go, speed limit's lifted. We can get moving. 3 miles to run, let's see. Oh, blimey, chat's getting busy. Yeah, it was. Gordon, that was exactly the same with me. Why I was so confused with all the American stuff at first was all the different rules and regulations and stuff. But I realised fairly quickly most of it's completely irrelevant to train sim. Soon as I worked that out, it all became much easier. And I have to admit, I don't have everything committed to memory either. If I'm driving a German route, I usually have a couple of reference charts next to me for PZB limits and things like that. Especially for modes M and O, M and U. I know the mode O ones off the top of my head, but I have to think about the lower limits for the other two. So mile to run to Floral Park. Access would be kicking in sometime around now, just to give me a nudge about that upcoming 60. So we'll make sure that we're under that limit. I am driving as if access was enabled, even though it's not. Oh dear, lost quite a lot of time in that 15. Weird thing is that the timings for these routes does seem to be a bit all over the place, because it definitely gives you more time. It gives you different amounts of time to cover the same distances on different services. Not quite sure how it's all calculated, but as long as you get some of it back, we should manage to get some of this back. Often where they're quite tight together on one part of the route, they've built a cushion in somewhere else that you can at least claw some back, if not get back on time completely. Apparently it is very much a part of the reason, Gordon. I think a problem they often have is, especially the freight engineers cover long distances where they're passing through different areas with multiple different types of signalling, and I think it has been given the blame for quite a lot of accidents that have happened over there in comparison to certainly most European networks. In Europe, if the signal is at fault, it's because the signal was broken or displaying the wrong information. The accident records would suggest that in America, it's more likely that the train crew have misread the signal than the signal itself has been at fault. There's quite a lot being written about these things. It's out there to find, but needlessly complicated is a phrase I find myself using an awful lot when I'm talking about that signalling system. So unlike the last trip we took up from the last trip we took in this direction, we're not doing an all stops. We will be going past everything between now and Jamaica. It's about 2 or 3 stops we're skipping out. Well, there we go, ATC up to 80. Okay, Samson, good to see you, man. I'll catch you again another time. Take care of yourself, dude, you and the missus. I do like as well on Long Island how it feels like they make good use of all the tracks along here. You're not just always on the same line every time, regardless of where you're going. It might be a trifling little detail, but it just adds to the whole thing, I think. Oh, I feel you there, man. I grew up a stone's throw away from the East Coast main line, just a few miles down the line from Waverley, and we had a Freightliner depot nearby, as well as the big yard at Miller Hill not far away. So yeah, I grew up pretty much the same as you. I grew up with the sound of trains as part of the background music. And do you know what? Most train drivers will still toot the horn, even for the overgrown kids. I think I'm slowing down a bit earlier than I need to here, to be honest with you. I could have left that a bit later. Yeah, it would be cool if they would link the NEC up to it, so you actually saw the Amtraks where you should see the Amtraks. I understand why they can't and don't. I'm familiar with licensing and stuff, but it would still kind of be cool. I mean, they're both publicly owned. Neither Amtrak nor Long Island are private companies, so you would think it wouldn't be that difficult to come to an arrangement and an agreement, but who knows. They're starting to talk now about the game's established and they're opening it up to third-party developers. I have heard whispers and rumblings on various streams and various corners of the interwebs that there are things they're looking at expanding, or they've been asking some interesting survey questions in the forums as well that might kind of suggest that route linking is something they might look at going forward. I mean, I said at the very beginning it would be a good few years before we really saw the best of this game. It's always how it goes with simulators. So I don't think we're going to get back any of the lost time from earlier. I don't think I've come in on this particular track before, actually. That was very, very early for getting the 15. Yeah, I think something similar to that as well, Gordon. And they wanted to get it up and running and established, which I can understand. But, I mean, Rivet Games have now got access to a developer toolkit of some sort. I don't know if it's the infamous editor kit that never materialised for the general public. I think the next one will be a British route, Tommy. If they stick to the pattern they've been following, then certainly I would not be surprised in the slightest. It would be nice if they maybe picked one of the other home nations to build a route in. There's lots of really good candidates. Wales has got loads of lovely railways. Scotland as well. Not going to lie, don't know a great deal about the Northern Irish transit system. Feel that breaking. Oh yeah, right, you mean the 101. Yeah, that takes a little bit of getting used to, the 101. I haven't driven one of those for a while, actually. Right, so I think we're pretty much... Oh, what happened this time? I didn't go over 15. Ah, hell. Oh, was I sitting with my finger on a button that shouldn't have been on? Edinburgh to Glasgow would be fine. Oh, I can actually unlock the doors where I am. Right, we're just going to do that. I think the back's still... Yeah, I'm taking it. I don't care. We're just going to take that one. That is quite possibly the messiest stop I have ever done on the stream. Or the worst lined up stop I've ever done. Yeah, Edinburgh Glasgow would be perfect. It's lengthwise, I mean, it's about the same as Peninsula Corridor. Shorter, in fact, I think. Yeah, totally, guys. I got them most of the way here. Christ, what do they want? Right, so it's a straight run to New York now. 14, 13 minutes seems quite generous to do 10 miles. It's not, because we've got a slow junction leaving here, and then we've got the 15 mile an hour limit inside Penn Station itself. So I highly doubt I'm going to make the time back. But, I'm not one of these people that gets really upset because I can't get a gold medal on a service because of the way the signalling works out. It's part of train driving, surely, is it not? These things happen sometimes. I think it's draw distance rather than frame rate that's stopped them doing some of the Scottish routes, simply because there's a lot of exposed areas on the Edinburgh to Glasgow, and anywhere that you've got a bridge, You couldn't go up over it. Can you imagine trying to do the fourth bridge with NEC type draw distances? Nah. I think if they were going to do a Scottish one, the first one they would do would be the Fife Circle, because that's hugely popular, and it would be they would want to do. Why would you not do one with the fourth rail bridge? That's like doing that's like doing your first UK route without putting a 125 in it. You know what I mean? To my way of thinking anyway. And not just because I'm Scottish, but if you know anything about railways, you'll understand how iconic and how significant the fourth bridge is. Yeah, I totally agree about the resolution as well, man. I think give it a year or so after the first after the next gen consoles are out, and I think we'll see all that. I don't know. I'm curious to see how they handle that jump from one gen to the other. Are they going to expect us to put our hands in our pockets again for stuff we already own? I know it doesn't work like that on the PC, but you know, having a slightly better PC than you did 5 years ago is not quite the same thing as having an entirely new generation of game console, I don't think. So I'm curious to see how they get around that. I know that the backward compatibility is going to be a thing and what have you. So it sounds like in theory it should be quite possible for us to keep playing our old content on our new machines. And I would hope that the first PlayStation 5 version of Train Sim World is fully compatible with all the stuff I've already bought. So yeah, I mean, that's what I mean. I understand how the upgrade cycle works. I've been playing Sims on one platform or another for 20 years now, more. And it's because of that I'm curious to see how this is going to work on the console, because nobody in all that time has ever attempted to do this. And frankly, even things like the jump from a single to dual core machines caused no end of problems back in the day for stuff like this. So, I'm curious to see how this change is managed. I'm going far too slowly again. Let's pick it up now. Don't worry about it, man. I'm not here to police anybody's spelling and grammar. I get paid to do that during the week. I'm not fucking doing it for free at the weekend. So again, the reason I'm doing 30 rather than the indicated 35 is because if Access was working, it would only be able to choose 30 for me. Now that limit's gone up, we'll go up to the ATC limit. Right, so it's a fairly unimpeded run back to New York now. The only thing we've really got to stay awake for is around 4.5 miles out. We're going to be going across through a fairly slow junction, and you can't rely too heavily on the information up here because you've got a sequence of speed limit changes. You have to kind of be awake for it. Or when I say don't rely on the information up here, if you do have the distance counted to your net speed limit, be careful, because it's going to go straight from one into the other, and you're talking less than 1,000 yards between them in one instance. To be honest, man, I don't even take that scientific approach with the signals. I've got sort of rules of thumb that more or less work. And on this line, well, ATC just tells you what you should be doing with regard to the signaling. So, yeah, I just do whatever the thing tells me, man. So getting ready to slow down for the upcoming 60. Give it a wee bit of braking. In fact, we're going up a hill now. Let's just stand on the brakes a little bit. I've maybe left that a little bit too late. So heading into a 45, and again, access would not be able to select that speed, so I'll be taking it down to 40. A little bit of panic braking there when the bell went off. Oh yeah, definitely, man. I agree. It's pretty good. Certainly with the likes of the PZB and stuff switched on or programmed into it, and the various safeties on the British and what does exist on the American train certainly puts it ahead of most train sims I'd come across up till now. Where it had been attempted to put those things in, it had been done very badly usually, or with severe limitations. So from that 45, we're going to be going from there straight into a slightly faster section, but we do have that junction still to come, and that's going to be 30 miles an hour all the way across. I'm slightly quicker than I should be. It's not really worth picking the speed up. Your line speed I think does go up briefly before it goes back down. And this is where we connect up with the northeast corridor. In fact, just beyond these signals is where we're going to get slowed down even further. very quickly we can get back up to 40 again. And there we go, cleared to 60. You just have to be a wee bit wide awake going into these tunnels as we approach them. Occasionally you will be slowed down by yellow signals on the way in. So again, the rule of thumb is if you see green lights on these gantries, you're fine. If you see a yellow one, get ready to slow down. Yeah, on this line where you've got like the clear signal telling you 80, but the line speed's maybe only 45, there's another system called Access, which is not modelled on the train. The equipment's there, it works off the same thing here. Access would be overriding ATC and showing the right speed on this this unit. So that little signal we just went past, if that's displaying green, you're going into the tunnel at 60. If it's displaying yellow, brake to 40. Yeah, sort of. Access works side by side with ATC. You'll see on this box here, there's two lights. ATC is the one that's lit up. Access never comes on. If Access was working, it'll alternate between the two. It'll pick whichever one's lower, like you say, and then the system here will show you whether that limit is currently being enforced by a signal or by the speed enforcement systems. But they are two distinctly separate systems that live side by side with each other, and in Train Sim World only one of them is modelled. Access does work on the Northeast Corridor. It's broken in the tunnels and it's unreliable on one other stretch as well, but by and large it does work, so you can use it, you can switch both on that, and you can see how the two work hand in hand with each other. It would be great if they did get it to work. I would love that. But yeah, essentially we have half a safety system. So if you see me driving a bit lower than the posted limit, it's because I am using whichever one of these speeds Access would be presenting me with at that point. Obviously this cab cannot give you 35 or 45, so this would pick a slightly lower limit of the two in that case. The M7 can do 45. So there's a yellow, that's going to want us to slow down. And we'll keep the brakes in because we've got that 15 coming up. Yeah, you can drive the NEC with Access and ATC quite easily if you have a USB keyboard, because you can switch it off just before you go into the problem area, and then you can turn it on again once you're clear of the problem area, and it works more or less fine. I might actually do another one of them. The only reason I don't like doing NEC streams is because you've got that ridiculous 7 or 8 minute long wait in the middle of it. So there we go, 3.5. We're going to be about just under 5 minutes late probably by the time we've done everything. Yeah, no, it's the limit down at Atlantic Terminal is it's been like that for years apparently. It's just for wear and tear. It's because it's such a tight corner. The forces that the trains put through the rails, if they go round at 5 miles an hour, they only need to do maintenance down there sort of, you know, half as often. Right, that's close enough. We're only an 8 car, so we should be well and truly on. I would like them to patch it so that the markers are on. Oh, there'd been an accident there as well. I didn't know that. I just always assumed it was an engineering thing. Oh, my brakes aren't on. If your brakes are on less than halfway, the doors won't open or close, remember. I just assumed it was an engineering thing because of the tightness of that turn. It's not uncommon these days for stations with really, or tracks with really tight turns like that to be much lower limited than they maybe once were. Hey Miami-Dade, welcome mate. Right, I tell you what, I'll squeeze one more in. I've just about got enough time to finish that up. So there you go, just under 4 minutes, and we still got the gold for it. So it's allowing you some leeway for the time spent under signal. So last one, we'll grab a 10 car M7, and we'll just take a blast out to. Oh, what the hell's the name of the place? Is it Hicksville? Something like that. Alright, let's see. Right, you are, Gordon, man. Good to see you. Thanks for joining. Enjoy your sausage roll, dude. Can't beat a sausage roll. Fuck, I miss Greg's. Anyway, good talking to you, man. See you another time, I hope. So excuse the rustle of a packet in the background there. My railway drivers can still smoke in the cab. So, M7, 10 car set. Oh, we'll go back and do that. Just make sure we've got the 10 car and I can't remember which ones. There is, I think, a way to tell which ones are the expresses and which ones are not, and it's something to do with the numbering, and I can't mind. 2000 so 4 is 5, 6, 7, 1. Ah, because you know I'm going to end up picking an all-stopper. Just 2 minutes trips, not even that long. So I'm hoping this will be a fairly fast run out to maybe just a couple of stops. Knowing my luck, it's an all-stopper, but actually I think the 10-car ones are at best limited. Or that's what I've found so far anyway. Although I have not played, as I said a couple of times now, not played a huge amount of Long Island until a few days ago. I'm certainly not for anywhere near long enough to declare myself an expert on the thing. Okay, so as always, you get a wee routine going with these cabs: key, reverser, doors, and I can never remember which doors, so just pop them both on this platform. Get the brakes charged. You can switch this stuff on while you're mucking around with the brake charging as well. Don't need the markers. Gauge lights. And there you go. You should be able to do that with about half a minute in hand by the time you've done it. It's just practice. You get used to where everything is that you need to click on. You get a wee routine going. And we'll get everything locked up. So up to 15 initially, and that restriction should clear. I think it takes too long. We should get clear from ATC, and then we just need to wait for the track speed to go up. And again, this is where, just what we were talking about coming down the tunnel, this is where, if it was modelled, access would take over and the 15 would stay lit up. Access is the advanced civil speed enforcement system, or the automatic civil speed enforcement system. So it's 10 car set. It'll take us a little while for the whole train to clear the distance, and I think access does allow for things like that. It's programmed with distances and stuff, so it's only giving you the okay to speed up. when it should. It seems to be the universal rule of railways everywhere. Speed limits. You don't speed up until the whole train is clear of the sign, not just the cab. And again, I'm afraid we are going to get the disappearing tunnel section up here. There's nothing I can do about it. It was the one really sort of ugly, jarring thing that this route has on it. That's the closest to immersion braking that I think there is on this game. But that's it, it's over. There's only one that you sometimes get another brief flash of it, just about another mile up the tunnel. Then after that it's fine. So here we go, second section of it. That should be the last of it. It looks like that. Well, that's the end of the tunnel coming this time. That's not another scenery glitch. So across this junction here, this is where we leave the northeast corridor. For anybody who's played that route knows that one. That goes off to the left, we're going down to the right. We're going into a 45 there. So again, you can go a bit faster if you want to, but I mean, you're going to be straight on the brakes again, and you do run the risk of over braking so that you end up cancelling out any gain you made. So at this time driving to the 45 limit because Access would be able to show me a 45 where it enabled. So no need to be rushed about it this time. We've got a couple of minutes in our pocket this time. Often seems to be the case with the mainline services as opposed to the branch line services. Okay, let's get up and go for a little look around. Got a minute or two. So what I really do like about this game compared to any other simulator I've played is being able to get out of the machine, walk around to the front, and you actually get a size of a sense of scale of size. It makes it feel more like you're driving a big machine rather than just playing a computer game, you know what I mean? Like, I know it is just a computer game when you get down to it, but just that extra sort of being able to get out and do that and get a sense of scale of the game world you're playing in, a lot of these types of things don't really give you. I think it just really adds to the whole thing for me. I mean, anybody who played the old train simulators where, yeah, you could do this with the camera and you could spin it around. It doesn't matter how close up you get the camera, until you can actually get out and walk around the front, you don't really get a sense of what the scale they're going for is with these things. Right, so let's get the doors locked up. I'll stop waffling, start driving. Oh, okay, so we are making another stop. I might have picked a service that's going to make us do a few of these. Oh well, there goes my 6 o'clock finish. a tiny hint of braking just to keep it inside the limit, but there we go, we're up to 80 now anyway, so give it full beans. I actually really like the wintry feel. I think it looks okay on most routes, it looks nice on most routes, but I'm really liking this sort of this cold city feel. Man, I can't believe how much I underrated this route. I still think a lot of the criticism I flung at it in the early days was probably warranted, but they've done good with it. They've come good. Okay, so again about a minute in hand. I'll tell you what we'll do. So that way when I'm sitting down, because it's easier to find the damn thing. Could always turn the torch on, I suppose, eh? So again, the back of the train hangs away off the platform here, and I've never found, I don't know if there is a way to selectively open your doors like you can on the East Coastway, so yeah, we probably get sued a lot on this Long Island Railroad. Oh, that's cool. Do you know, I don't actually know if they run with the door like that or with the door like... Well, that would make sense for the door controls being over there as well, I suppose. Maybe they only keep this bit closed when it's like the middle of a set or something. You know, when it's not one of the end cars. I think I maybe need to look into this a bit more. Right, so apparently we are stopping everywhere. Nearly got caught by a short platform, thinking I had a lot longer to brake than I did. Almost an overrun, but not quite. Accidental perfect stop instead. It's quite a long way from the back of the train to that platform, like. I don't even know if these doors are driver operated or crew operated in real life, to be honest. Right, so we'll get ready to lock the doors up. I quite often like to just have this all pre-selected, especially when I'm not playing it on the stream or something. I've usually got this all ready to go. I'm not distracting myself so much when I'm driving solo, as it were. Right, so this time, approaching a 35, I will be doing 30 because this ADU doesn't have a 35 on it. Pick it up a little and then we'll slow it down a bit. And we're going to get ATC'd by that signal anyway, so ready to acknowledge. Just nice and gentle again, coming down the hill into Jamaica. Gantry up ahead, we're on the left track, so the signal on the left's obviously our one. Going down a steep hill straight into a 15, so just ready with the brakes. So you would get away with that even if access was on, because we were already decelerating quickly enough. It would have given us that one. But caught in a little trap there. The brakes weren't quite as effective because I was losing contact with the third rail, so there was no power going into the traction motors for brief moments there, which is why the brakes just weren't quite grabbing on properly. They were coming on and going off, then on, then off, then on, then off a few times over a couple of seconds. Seems to be more of a problem for the M7 than the M3. The M3 seems to, I don't know if it's got more contact shoes or something down on the line than the M7. The M7's maybe just drawn from a single shoe. I don't know. Can't discount the possibility it's not actually supposed to happen at all, let's be honest. But whatever it is, it's just another little characteristic of the M7. It's not a particularly bad one, it's just that one particular area really that you have to be a bit cautious. I thought I saw an M3 over there as we came in. Oh, I'm stuck on the scenery. Is he still there? Ah, it's not the front. It's, right, yeah, it's not the view camera. Can't go that far away. Forgot which camera I was using for a moment there. So back into the cab. Let's get ready to lock up and get moving. Oh, I'm bloody hungry now as well, by the way. I'm definitely the last one. Okay, so decent run out to the next station then. We're 7 miles. I'm just remembering that ATC's on. If you're a PZB user, you'll probably be quite used to just watching your safety systems on the way out of any station. If you're new to safety devices, don't worry, it will definitely let you know when you're going too fast. If you go too quickly, I'm going to do it deliberately here just a little bit. That'll happen. Just acknowledge it, get your brakes on, get back under the limit, you're fine. At higher speeds, you'll want to put your brakes on fairly firmly. But as long as you respond quickly enough and just keep acknowledging it, it'll let you have it generally. The trick is not to come off the brakes too early as you approach your target speed, because then it'll think you're not slowing down fast enough and it'll hit you with something. When I say something, I mean emergency brakes. When we pass this signal mast here, ATC should lift its restriction on us. There we go. So ATC's gone up to 80, but the track speed is, we've still got to do 35 because the back of the train's not fully put into the new speed area yet. There we go. Okay, so the track speed's actually going to go up to 90 just ahead, but these trains are only allowed to run up to 80. So ATC's not going to let us go any higher than that. In fact, ATC's ordering us down to 40. I have a feeling it was supposed to probably do that beforehand. And there we go, it's now letting us go back up again to 60. I think that should have been for the junction, and it might have been that I missed something because I was on the outside camera as well. But it responded to it in time, and it let me away with it, so... I don't know, that might be a proper high-speed set of points, they do exist. Speed, wasn't paying attention again. I've been doing this for a long time now this afternoon. Attention might be wandering ever so slightly. Right, concentrate. Right, doing very nicely for time though. As I said before, it tends to be the case with the main line services out to Exville that you often find yourself doing okay for time. It's the branch line services where you often feel like you're onto a loser from the start. Yeah, that'll do. Right. Yeah, I wonder if they actually just leave that closed over like that when this is being used as the driving cab. Because you would only have that exposed if this was like got another unit attached to the end of it, surely. Oh, bugger. Oops, clumsy me. And bang on 20 seconds, we'll just get going. Oh, we're going to have to do these last handful of stops, I think. So there was ATC giving me plenty of time to not only respond and brake, but to in fact stop the acceleration that I was already under. So it's a much more flexible system than say PZB, which would probably have kicked your ass for that one straight away. If it detects you're accelerating in the slightest, done. went past the 10 car marker. I was expecting it to be at the end for some reason. Don't think we got very far to... Oh crikey, we got further than I thought. I hope I'm not stopping at every station, because I am actually meant to be doing something else now. I know I've got a bit of time to go, but I'm just getting locked up, ready to go. Right, I'm afraid whatever the next station I'm stopping at is really going to have to be the last one. That's where we'll terminate it. I didn't think it was going to be this long. For what it's worth, if anybody's not seen it, the end of the terminal station for what's in the game is you're not exactly missing a great deal. It's a fairly unremarkable mainline station. Won't give Brunel any sleepless nights, that's for sure. Have I made an almighty mess of that as well? No. And that's where I'm going to go off to end it, I'm afraid. As I say, it's gone on a wee bit longer than I thought, so last stop, everybody off, as they say. But that was most of the Long Island Railroad all the way round and back in one long session. So thanks very much to everybody who's popped in and out or has watched this later or what have you. I never know how to end these things because I never bloody have anything planned. I had fun driving it. I hope you guys had fun watching it, and I'll catch you all again at some point. And thanks very much, folks.